Ladies and gentlemen, please. Actually, I think that you all have the very great union with your companies. So we're gonna start today's session from the 2:05. 2:05. So we have around 4 minutes left. So you can take your own time for 5 minutes. Then we're gonna start. Thank you. I'm gonna take that another notice just before 1 minute of the starting time. Thank you.
네, 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다.
May I have your attention, please? The opening ceremony of Global Conference on Green Smart City with Busan will begin shortly. Please make your way to the room and be seated. Today's event will proceed in Korean language, and presentations will be delivered in English. We provide Korean-English simultaneous interpretation, so please use your receiver for your convenience. You can set the channel 1 for English, 2 for Korean. For smooth proceeding of the event, we would appreciate if you put your phone on silent mode. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? We're gonna start the conference within a minute. Please be seated and please turn off all the made that no sound of your cell phone. Thank you for your cooperation.
네, 여러분 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Eun-kyung Park, the MC for today's event, Global Conference on Green Smart City with Busan. I sincerely thank online participants on YouTube for being with us. Global Conference on Green Smart City with Busan, which is held first time, is a platform to explore the way for Busan and global society together to achieve SDGs with common vision of green smart city for sustainable development. This event is hosted by Busan Metropolitan City and organized by Busan Foundation for International Cooperation. The topic of the conference is transforming our cities beyond SDGs. As you may well know, Busan is an important driving force behind Korea's change in status from a recipient to a donor. Under city vision of Green Smart City, today Busan grew as a true global hub city by solving various urban issues. Busan City contributes to sustainable urban growth of partner countries now through Busan Green Smart City ODA project using our experience and resources. Particularly from last June to August, we provided a Busan Green Smart City International Development Consulting Project for 3 continents, including Africa, Middle South America, and Asia. So today, experts from Tanzania, Nicaragua, Indonesia who join on-site program will present their Green Smart City vision to you, which was concluded from consulting with Busan. Please stay with us until the end. So let me briefly tell you the schedule of today. First, in the opening ceremony, we will introduce you distinguished guests of today, then invite them to have an opening, welcoming, congratulatory remarks, then keynote speech will be followed. After a short break, we will proceed the first session with a progress report on Busan Global Consulting Project for Green Smart City and presentations from 3 countries about their Green Smart City Vision Plan. Then a panel discussion with experts from Busan and other partner countries is planned in the second session. Then, without further ado, let me announce the opening of Global Conference on Green Smart City with Busan. Let me introduce you honorable guests who joined here for Global Conference on Green Smart City with Busan. So when I introduce them, please welcome them with a big round of applause. First, on behalf of the host Busan Metropolitan City, we have Ambassador for the International Relations to Busan, Jian Shin. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And then the organizer, the Secretary General of Busan Foundation of International Cooperation, Chung Jong-pil. Welcome. And we have the 3 countries for the Busan Green Smart City ODA project. His Excellency, the Rodrigo Coronel Kinroch, the Ambassador of Nicaragua. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. His Excellency Togolani Idris Mabura, Ambassador of Tanzania. Director Randy Putra Darmawan, Indonesian Trade Promotion Center. Thank you very much. Next, we have the Lee Yong-son, Emeritus Professor of the University of Seoul. Sun Bom-ho, Director of KOICA Busan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. We have Chiu Lee, a Deputy Secretary General of BFIC. We also have a domestic and a foreign expert joining Busan Green Smart City ODA project. So first, let me introduce domestic experts. Professor Kyuje Shin, Yegeom Kim, Moon-suk Hong from Busan University of Foreign Studies. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. We have an honorary research fellow Hyunpyo Hong and the head of center Hyungmo Jeon and researcher Haeun Jeon from Korean Maritime Institute. We have Jian, a team leader of the Busan Film Commission, and Jo Ju-hyung from the Busan Film Commission. Especially, we have the people from the foreign countries to share their achievements and the plan, and we have a very honorable guests. So let me introduce them. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. We have the foreign experts and the participants for the project. We have the Indonesia team for the green mobility. We have Retna Apsari and the Andi Hadim Jaidin and the Yusuf from the Indonesia Airlangga University. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Next is the Nicaragua team for the fisheries. We have Mr. Augusto Ortiz, Oswaldo Portobanco, and the Freddy Medrano from the Nicaraguan Institute of the Fisheries and Aquaculture. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. And then we have a team from the Tanzania for the film and the media. We have Asha Salim Umshana and Kiagio Kilonzo from the Tanzania Film Board, and the Mr. David Astunomihi from the Bagayomo Arts and Culture Institute. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. So to welcome all the guests who are participating through the various channels, especially we have experts from the 3 countries, which is very meaningful. So to welcome all of you, the mayor of Busan, Hyungjun Park, will deliver his opening remarks. Please welcome him on the screen.
Welcome to the Global Conference on Green Smart City with Busan. It is my great pleasure to meet you virtually through this video message. The purpose of this conference is to present a vision to achieve sustainable development for 2030 and beyond. Based on common understanding, experts from Nicaragua, Indonesia, and Tanzania, and consultants from Busan City work together on the areas of fisheries, green mobility, film, and media, which are Busan's specialized sectors. Today, a vision plan will be presented as a result of their cooperation. The conference will offer 2 insights. First, it outlines the concept of green smart city in a concrete and feasible manner. Second, this conference is a valuable outcome of a combined endeavor made by Busan City and international community. Stories shared during the conference will be the seeds to make fruitful results. Also, the conference will serve as an opportunity to develop a concrete and clear vision on global transformation from the perspectives of a green smart city. Busan is a city which drove Korea's journey to transform itself from an aid recipient to a donor. In the past, the city was dependent on ODA supplies to take on social challenges. However, thanks to cooperation with the international community, the city has established itself as a global front runner, sharing its development experiences and leading the progress of global city civil society. I believe that Busan fulfills our duty through our bid for 2030 World Expo by dedicating itself as a platform to showcase a successful example of a sustainable city. We aim to present future direction where the international community should be headed. As the mayor of Green Smart City Busan and as a citizen of Busan, I wish to extend my sincere gratitude to every distinguished guest and online participants from home and abroad. Thank you so much.
네, 큰 박수
Thank you very much for the opening remarks. The mayor of Park gave you the encouragement and the cheering message. So using this conference, I hope that many people see the potential, and it will become a beginning point for Busan to make a quantum leap as the green smart city. So with so many the prestigious participants, we will have the welcoming remarks from the Jian Shin, ambassador for the international relations to Busan. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all at this Green Smart City Global ODA conference. I hope this conference will provide us with an opportunity to search for ways and means to achieve SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, through implementing the Green Smart City project of Busan. Today, experts, diplomats, trainees, and others, those who share common interests, are present here to share vision plans in the field of fisheries, green transportation, and film. Close cooperation have produced 3 strategic vision plans. First, plans in the green mobility sector, which have been produced in partnership with Airlangga University located in Surabaya, Busan's sister city. Second, plans in multimedia sector, which have been closely coordinated with the Tanzanian Ministry of Culture, Arts, and Sports. And thirdly, plans in the green maritime sector, which are an outcome of cooperation with the Nicaragua Fisheries Research Institute. I firmly believe that our joint efforts and cooperation will enable the international community to advance closer to achieve sustainable development and thus to transform the world into a better and more prosperous place. Busan has exerted an all-out effort in its bid for hosting the 2030 Busan Expo, with a view to translating the theme, Transforming Our World, Navigating Toward a Better Future, into reality. And Busan would like to contribute to achieving the equitable and sustainable growth of the international community through addressing the global challenges such as pandemics, climate change, and digital divide and inequalities, and exploring ways to resolve them together with friends and colleagues from all corners of the world. In this vein, the city has presented the blueprint of a livable green smart city where its citizens can benefit from resourceful cultural content and innovative technology as well as socio-economic development, while trying to assist others in need to achieve the same goals with active ODA initiatives and projects. I'd like to ask for your most favorable attention and full support for the 2030 Busan World Expo, where we all can meet together and explore once again substantive and practical ways and means to achieve a better and brighter future. Having said that, I wish the success of this meaningful conference and also wish you all good health and all the best. Thank you very much.
네, 뜨거운 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Ambassador Shin Jian, please give him a big round of applause once again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for your welcoming remarks. And now we will hear from the ambassadors of the Busan OD partner countries for congratulatory remarks. First, we will invite His Excellency Rodrigo Coronel Quinloch, Ambassador of Nicaragua, for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하세요. 저는 Rodrigo 입니다. How are you, everybody? I hope you're doing very fantastic today. Dear friends, I am very honored to be with you today in such a lovely city like Busan. To talk about green, smart cities, we must first understand the deep meaning of why is it important to build such a city. The ravages of climate change are ever more present in our daily lives. We have seen how it has destroyed the livelihoods of millions. Sadly, usually being those who are affected the most, the ones that are in the most need, and in the cities and countries which do the least amount of pollution. Nicaragua only produces 0.02% of global emissions, yet it is in the top 10 most vulnerable countries for climate change. Our dear brothers of Pakistan are currently suffering unimaginable pain as we speak with the flooding. Time is not on our side. Slowly but surely, each country is now or will soon be experiencing the devastating effects of our inaction to protect our planet. Thus, this is not a country or regional issue. This is a humanity issue. This is a survival issue. But I know that tackling climate change sometimes seems like an unsurmountable task, and the future is looking very grim. But I say to you, in the darkest of hours is when we must shine the brightest. We need to build empathy for you to feel in our own skin the pain of those who are suffering from climate change. We need to take action that has real impact, beginning with our own personal choices. We cannot ask others to do something for the planet if we ourselves we don't do that and more. So, let's extend a helping hand as we're doing today. Let's share of knowledge with each other. Let's be grateful for the friends that we have, like the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation and the city of Busan. And together, without faltering, take action, real action. Let's, as humanity, shine and protect the dearest of our mothers, planet Earth, our mother. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
네, 큰 박수 부탁드립니다.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you, Ambassador Rodrigo Quinloch of Nicaragua, for your great congratulatory remarks. And we will thank you once again.
마케팅 사업에서 중단.
And we have the Nicaragua who joined the project about the fisheries with the KMI. Now we have the ambassador of the Tanzania, His Excellency Turgonian Edris Maura, for his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is my 9th time in Busan in a span of 10 months. You can bet that I'm always looking for a little excuse to come to Busan. The people, the beauty, the life here is very amazing. Throughout history, I'm told, this city has been welcoming to all people all the time, be it refugees, tourists, or traders. Even the winter here are so kinder than in Seoul. So it is right to say that Busan is just not a city in Korea. Busan belongs to the world, belongs to all of us. There is a world in Busan, we can say with confidence. And for this very reason, Busan is rightly placed to develop a city for the future. The city that embraces the transformation of which we are all aspiring. The city of green energy, transformative technology, and the city of diversity. A city safer to all humankind. Yesterday, I had some moments with Yongnim Choan Lee, Deputy Secretary General of Busan Foundation for International Cooperation. We had our soju and we had our discussions. So he shared with me a photo of this area of Hyundai taken back in 1950s. Busan was nothing than an idle coast resembling a fishing town. What I see today, comparing to what I saw in that photo, is very telling about the bravery, ambitions, and determination of the people of Busan. If Busan transformed from that fish town to a vibrant global city of today, I have no doubt that Busan can deliver the green smart city it promises us. And so to say, it can host the Expo 2030 with remarkable success. But for Busan to deliver that promise, it needs the contribution and support of all of us. This consulting project we are about to witness today is a testimony of Busan to embrace the contribution from the outside world in designing the inclusive world city. So on behalf of my country, Tanzania, I thank you, the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation, for choosing my country among the 3 selected countries to participate in this project. And more important, in the category for film and media. Film knows no boundaries. Film connects. Film bridges the understanding between culture and people. We have seen the power of the Korean wave. We are witnessing how Korea movies and drama connects the world today. We see a possibility of connecting Korea and Africa easily through film. And our wish is for Tanzania be that hub that connects Korea and Africa continent through film. It is the desire of our country to cooperate with Busan in nursing our growing film industry in Tanzania. We call it a bongo movie. Our industry has been growing fast in size and coverage in Africa, taking advantage of Swahili language, which is widely spoken in the Eastern Southern Africa with a total population around 200 million people. I see an opportunity to co-produce film together between our Korean actors and Tanzanian actors. But apart from the content, Tanzania offers suitable location with very scenic, world-renowned, attractive icons such as Mount Kilimanjaro, the highest peak in Africa, the Serengeti National Park, and the UNESCO heritage stone town city of Zanzibar with its exotic beaches and coral reefs. So you may agree with me that Korea's presence in Africa is lacking compared to other economic powerhouses. Korea did not colonize any country in Africa, neither shown any imperialistic ambition in Africa. This is good enough. But this also explains as to why the trade between Korea and Africa is low, only 1% of the total Korean trade. But if one observes closely, he or she will appreciate the fact that Korean film and drama are spreading and reaching places in Africa where Korean products and brands such as Hyundai, Samsung, and LG have failed to penetrate. So the Korean film is very powerful. So for that reason, I was so fascinated to hear from His Excellency Mayor Park his ambition for Busan to reach out to the world and to connect with Africa through Expo 2030. I'm equally glad that cooperation in film is one area that Busan has considered in developing its green smart city. I thank and commend the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation for translating this vision into a reality. So given the importance we attach to this project, my Minister for Culture and Sports, Honorable Mohamed Mchengerwa, personally picked and dedicated the 3 best trusted officials to work on this project in Tanzania. He has high expectation that this project will be a beginning of a deeper cooperation in cultural diplomacy between our 2 countries. And I share that expectation too. I see cooperation in film as the surest way of Korea to have its footprints in Africa and Africa having footprints in Korea. Film will bring Korea closer to Africa and Africa closer to Korea. Tanzania wishes to be that bridge. With these many words, I once again congratulate the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation and all experts and participants that labored so much to this end. Congratulations. Samida.
네, 감사합니다. 대사님. 대사님께서 필름
Thank you, Ambassador. He talked about the importance of the media and the film industry, and also they are from the African continent. And the Tanzania, the country, has been discussing this whole project on the film and with the film board of Busan. Thank you once again. And next, we will invite, on behalf of the Ambassador of Indonesia, we have Mr. Randy Darlaman, Director of Indonesian Trade Promotion Center, for congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. Chairman of BIOFC, Secretary General Mr. Chung Jong-pil, Ambassador for International Relations to Busan, Mr. Shin Jian, Ambassador of Nicaragua, Excellency Rodrigo Coronel Kenlech, Ambassador of Tanzania, Excellency Togolani Idris Mavura, Director General of Korea International Cooperation Agency Busan, Mr. Hang Songbom. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. On behalf of the Ambassador of Republic of Indonesia to the Republic of Korea, Excellency Gandhi Sulistianto, my ambassador, I wish to thank Chairman, Secretary General Mr. Chung Jong-pil for inviting Indonesia Embassy in today's important event. The ambassador sent his deepest regret for not being able to attend today's event because he had to fly back to Jakarta to join a series of important meetings. However, he conveys his warm regard and well wishes for the successful organization of today's conference. Ladies and gentlemen, as you may already know, Indonesia is the biggest country in Southeast Asia. We consist of more than 17,000 islands with around 270 million people, with a demographic dividend or working age population of nearly 71%. Indonesia is facing rapid urbanization. By 2021, approximately 57% of the total population live in urban areas with future upward trend. It is predicted to be the around 83% of the present Indonesian population will live in cities by 2045. As more people tend to live in urban areas, this is a challenge for the government to overcome social inequality and improve disaster risk management, congestion, pollution, and other challenges of urban living by using urban infrastructure, including healthcare, water system, and technological integration. To address this challenge, the Indonesian government in 2019 placed 97 cities within the Smart City program, joining some of the biggest cities in Indonesia, such as Jakarta, Bandung, and Surabaya, to create 100 smart cities by 2045. The Indonesian Smart City program aims to promote and implement smart city initiatives through technology to improve people mobility, living standards, economic environment, and government services. To further pave the way for smart initiative, Indonesian government in 2019 announced that it will move the state capital from Jakarta on the island of Java to a new capital city named Nusantara on the island of Borneo, or IKN. The capital city of the archipelago is built to reduce the density of Jakarta and Java. It can be stated that Jakarta and Java are overpopulated. Until today, nearly 58% of Indonesian population live in Java. The development of new capital is also expected to serve as a new driver of growth in other territories of Indonesia out of Java in the context of inequitable development, and prosperity. Until today, almost 60% of gross domestic product, or GDP, is generated in Java Island. The groundbreaking of IKN construction was carried out in March 2022. IKN, new capital, planned to be completed in 2045, with the initial relocation of the construction and operation of the government main infrastructure in 2024. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to encourage IKN development, the government of Indonesia has enacted Law number 3 of 2022 concerning the state capital and stipulated 7 derivative regulations in the same year. The national strategic area of IKN will cover an area of 256 to 124 hectares, consisting of 56,800 hectares of IKN area and 199,000 hectares of IKN development area. IKN will also build with 8 main principles, which are designed according to national condition using universal principle, local wisdom, and inclusiveness, smart future forest city. IKN will also be connected and easily accessible by using high technology that is low carbon emission, safe, affordable. IKN will also provide economic opportunities and also act as economic driver in the future. Looking at many opportunities for cooperation in several previously mentioned projects, I wish today's conference could explore and promote bilateral cooperation between Indonesia and Korea on the development of smart cities. The Indonesian Embassy in Seoul and Indonesian Trade Promotion Center in Busan welcome Korea to collaborate further smart city cooperation with related agencies and parties in Indonesia. Before I conclude, I would also like to inform you that Indonesia will hold the International Smart City Expo and Forum, or IISEAX, in 5 until 7 October 2022 in Jakarta. The expo is Indonesia's largest technology, ICT, and IoT exhibition and forum related to smart city solution and providers. I invite you to attend IISMX 2022 and to explore any potential cooperation and collaboration in this sector. I thank you and wish for successful discussion for today. Thank you so much.
Please give him a big round of applause. Thank you for your congratulatory remarks. So Indonesia is working hard to become a green smart city, and on behalf of the East Asian continent, the Indonesia is working with the University of the Busan Foreign Studies for the green mobility. Next, we will start the first session, which is the vision of the bringing the future with Busan, the future from the vision of the global green smart city. So we will have the progress report and the presentation from the 3 countries. Next, the keynote speech is ready, and today's keynote speech will be delivered by Jong-sung Hwang, the president of National Information Society of Agency. The title is The Roads to Green Smart City. Mr. Hwang was the chief planner of the Busan Eco-Delta Smart City and contributed to the Busan's transformation to Green Smart City. Now he is connected online real time, so let me check if he is ready. Then we will invite Mr. Hwang Jong-sung for his keynote speech. Hello everyone, can you hear me well?
Bringing me here. So Busan is special to me. So as explained, I served as the master planner to Busan National Pilot City until last year. So I tried to join this conference in person, but there's been a change in my status. I became the president of my organization, NIA, last week. I'm just 1 week old president in my organization. So I'm sorry, so I cannot attend in person, but I'm happy to join, even though it is virtual. So, and also I'd like to give my special congratulations to the first global conference on green smart city in Busan. I think Busan is the perfect place to host World Expo 2030. So Busan has been a leading city in Korea in developing smart cities, and also Busan developed many innovative services. So I think so all participants in this conference will have the same theme. So how to say, we can have some kind of agreed opinion then that Busan is the perfect place for the World Expo 2030. So let me begin with the problems of modern cities. So modern cities has improved so living conditions and economic situation a lot. So since the early 20th century, modern cities has changed human life a lot. So we have now many benefits in terms of economic system, social system, and technological infrastructure. But modern city is basically based on economy of scale. So making more and more people live in a limited space or small space has been thought as the core of urban innovation. So urban technology on urban innovations has been focused on increase the density of cities. So that created many values, but at the same time, the economy of scale also accompanied many problems. So in particular, this economy of scale approach put many cities at risk in terms of scalability, sustainability, and the quality of living. So as you can see, urbanization around the world has come to a mega city trend. So we now can see many mega cities around the world, not only in advanced country, but in developing countries. Many countries now have many mega cities. So on your left-hand side, there's a diagram, diagram created by MIT University. So that diagram shows the relationship between megacity and the the production of carbon emission. So some megacities are very successful in dealing with carbon footprint, but as you can see, many megacities produce a big amount of carbon emissions. So according to this article, so world's 100 biggest cities are now responsible for 18% of a global carbon emission. It is a big problem. So city is a big invention, very good invention. But at the same time, city has produced a green crisis around the world. So that's the reason behind the emergence of smart city or green smart city. So smart city is a young strategy. It was first appeared in the mid 1990s, so in Europe and in the United States. Smart city has been welcomed and still it is being welcomed by many countries, developed countries and developing countries, because it opened new possibility to overcome modern city limitations. So smart city has been used for various purposes. As this slide summarizes, when it was first introduced, the main purpose of smart city was ensuring sustainability, but soon it added a new purpose. So, for instance, smart city has been used to increase city efficiency and as well as creating intelligent city services. And recently, based on the very rapid development of ICT and data technology, now new kinds of smart city is being tried in many countries, but we don't know what kind of smart city we will have. So Busan is actually leading this trial in search of new paradigm of smart cities. So if you will visit Busan National Pilot City, which is being built in Busan Eco Delta City, then you can find, so physically it is just the beginning of city development, but there's a good showroom, then you can see what kind of future we will have in city life. Because Busan National Pilot City has been designed as a model city for future generation. In Busan National Pilot City, we defined some future directions, several future directions. The first directions we can expect from a smart city or other technological innovation, technological and social innovation is to make a scale-free society. Scale-free society means is a city that reduces the gap between a big city and a small city or rural areas. So I'd like to propose this question. So how many things citizens can do in 30 minutes in a big city or in a small city? In 30 minutes, so I think people can do almost anything. In fact, so there's very few things people cannot do in 30 minutes. But if we go to a small city or rural areas, then there are many things. So it is more convenient to count the number of things that people cannot do in 30 minutes. So that means that there is a big gap between big and small city or big and rural areas. A smart city actually make big contribution to provide a bigger contribution to small cities and rural areas than to big cities. So many people give me some questions that smart city will increase the gap between big city and small cities, but that's not the case. Smart city, we can help small cities to enjoy similar level of public service as the big cities. So public transportation could be a good example. So at the moment, public transportation, so actually bus service, also there's no subway service, so bus service could be the main and only public transportation service in rural areas. So the public transportation service in rural areas is very bad. Very bad compared to big cities. But now many cities try to develop mobility as a service. So which use different mode of transportation that with the help of mobility as a service, so we can provide a similar level of public transportation service even to rural areas and so small cities. So some talk about counter urbanization. So I think there's very only weak signal of counter urbanization, but even in Korea, there's some people. There are some people who want to move to rural areas, and especially COVID-19 crisis also gives some reasons to people to live in rural areas. And then modern ICT technology so also help them to enjoy a similar level of connectivity and similar level of information access even in rural areas. So I think a smart city should be understood as a strategy to spread urban service to rural areas. So it is different from a common understanding of smart city. Common understanding of smart city is smart city contributed to give a benefit to big cities, but in our experience, smart city give more benefit to small and rural areas. Another direction, another trend of city development is the convergence of urban spaces. So in industrial city, there's very strong tendency to separate urban spaces based on functions or based on regulations. So there's a separation between business area and resident area and so factory area. Also, there's a separation between place for learning, place for working, place for leisure. So such a separation has been at the center, at the core of industrial cities. But now many cities around the world shows the reconvergence of urban spaces. So hospital, school, and even a farming area or working area now converge into one space. So it also enable rural areas or remote areas to enjoy better life. So smart utility is very good example. So now, in the past, also currently, so utility service is being provided by a center from the center. So electricity or drinking water is being provided from central area, which produce electricity and drinking water. But now more cities is trying to introduce distributed utility. So now houses produce their own electricity for their use. Houses can produce drinking water for their use. If you go to Busan National Pilot City, there's some ideas, some pilot places for such distributed utility. Another example, another big trend is flexibility. So a city is very city is I think is a hard one. So citizen or people was not able to change the city itself. What they need to do, what people have to do is to adapt. Is to adapt to see the urban environment, but that's not the case anymore. So people can change their house, people can change their living environment. Also, people can change their neighbor. If you look at 1 minute city initiative in Sweden, then you can see some good example of utilizing public space in front of each house. So 1 minute, the purpose of 1 minute city is to enable citizens to utilize the space in front of their house for public purposes. So Sweden government is now collaborate with IKEA, the biggest furniture company, and then they provide many the various tools to neighbors they can use to utilize the space or road or the parking place for many different purposes. I'm sorry. Final directions we can expect from a smart city is augmented city. Augmented city means a city which helps citizens to do what they cannot do in other place. So car navigation can be one example. So I guess most of you already use car navigation. So usually use car navigation. So car navigations so increase your driver's cognitive capability. So driver who visit drivers can find good even in a city where they have never visited before. So they know they can find the route. So with the help of car navigation, that means that drivers' cognitive capability has been augmented. So not only cognitive capability, but also physical capability can be strengthened with the help of new technology. So driverless car, so make even blinded people to drive. So it is big augmentation, but not all cities can provide such augmentation functions. Only smart cities can make their citizens to enjoy such augmented city services. So this is a big change. But smart cities, smart city is very good in its vision and in its concept and in its strategy. But in its implementation, smart city actually has failed to deliver concrete result. So that's the reason behind criticism. I'd like so I'd like to share the current status frankly with you. So smart city actually is under attacks. Many urban specialists, experts, and many experts from other domains actually criticize a smart city. So it's because smart city so deliver only only small number of success cases. And also some people think smart city so can only make ICT companies happy. Smart city so smart city does not make a city or citizen happy, because so it is the brand. It is commercial strategy by ICT company. So, but I personally think such criticism is going too far. Go too far. So is too much. So smart city, but smart city, I need to confess, the smart city has some problem. One of such problem is definition. Smart city is very hard to define, and many cities use different definitions. So this slide summarizes some definitions about smart city. So some city use smart city for sustainability. Some city define smart city as a city of technology. Some smart city also being defined as a futuristic city. And on the other end, some smart cities is defined as urban digital transformation. I don't want to compare this definition in this presentation, but I'd like to emphasize that digital transformation should be at the core of any smart city initiatives. So no matter what kind of concept, what kind of definition any city employ, the smart city initiatives anyway so make transformative change in the current city management or the current public service provisions. So one of change we need to make by smart city is to change the urban development from hardware driven to software driven. So I think software and data driven development is at the core of smart city initiatives. I can use parking place shortage problem as one example. I think most cities around the world actually so now suffer from parking place shortage problems. So the traditional solution for this problem was to increase the parking place. So make more parking place. So that can be said as a hardware-driven solution. But now, so smart cities try to apply new solutions other than hardware-driven. So instead of increasing the parking place space, so many cities try to share information to enable citizens to find empty parking place more easily. And some cities so use data-driven approaches. So that means that so when parking place, the available parking place is being reduced, then some cities increase the fare of parking place, or increase the fare for the use of highway drive. So that is just one example, but we can make many important changes with smart cities. So vertical development or siloed development to horizontal development, and closed development to open innovation. And as I explained before, economy of scale-based urban development to scale-free urban development. So, but a smart city is not easy to make a success case. Korea is one of a very good example of showing the difficulty of smart city development. So this slide summarizes the whole history of Korea's green smart city initiatives. So Korea started smart city initiatives earlier than other countries under the name of U-City, which stands for ubiquitous city. Busan was the first city that jumped into smart city initiatives. So Busan announced Busan U-City vision. So in 2003, it is very early. So as far as I know, there's no city. So there's no city which had such a vision to innovate the whole city with modern technology. So when Korea started use the smart city under the name of U-City, so the situation was good. The blue line shows the momentum, so it received many support, but suddenly it lost the momentum in 2008. So this shows the changes. So good time and bad time. So until 2007, most new town projects in Korea adopted U-City or smart city as their vision, as their brand. But after 2007, the number of new towns so actually dropped very sharply. So after 2010, only one project adopted smart city as their brand. So we can say that is a time of winter, smart city winter. Our problem was simple. Our problem was simple. We approach smart city as a product. So build a new town before selling that town in the market to the market. So develop product, develop new town, and then after sell sell houses to residents, and then develop left. And no one continued investment for urban innovation, city innovation. So there's a separation between development and the urban innovation. All urban innovation has been carried out before those cities are selling to the resident. That's nonsense. That's nonsense. So city innovation should continue all the time. So as city changes, as residents come in and as they live many years, then they will face new problem. Then city should try new innovation. And so innovation as people live. So innovation after innovation. But our approach, city as a product, so actually cannot support such kind of continuous innovation. So the Korea government changed smart city strategy in 2018. So there are many changes. So from technology focused approach to human focused approach. And one of such change include change to city as a platform approach. So one of development. So now so many people think it is not good approach to smart city. So now the Korean government strongly recommend so developers or so municipalities to take a city as a platform approach. So smart city platform. So so there are many cases showing the power, the beauty of smart city platforms. One of example is crowdedness information of coming first. So this is the case of Seoul. Then passengers can see the crowdedness information from the bus information system at each bus stop. So such kind of crowdedness information can be created from sensors. So if we put sensor on each bus, then we can produce crowdedness information. But the Seoul case, in the Seoul buses, Seoul buses don't have any sensor for counting the number of passengers. Without any sensor, buses create crowdedness information just by combining data from different sources. So one of big source is the tagging and tag of information of each passenger. But that was possible because Seoul and Busan, many big cities in Korea developed a smart city platform that connect data from different sources. Another example of platform-based approach could be integrated crisis response system. So in Korea, we integrated emergency call number, police call center, and fire station call center. Also, CCTVs also integrated in its monitoring. So we have integrated monitoring center, and CCTV footage can be provided to firefighters. So if firefighters go to the firing houses, then they can receive the real-time video footage because all CCTVs are integrated together over the common platform. Another good example was COVID-19 patient tracking system. So most country developed a patient tracking system. So once a person confirmed as COVID-19 patient, then we need to track the route, the place that a patient have visited before confirmation. But the reason Korea case is special is that we developed that tracking system in couple of days, not couple of weeks, just 2 days. It took just 2 days to develop tracking system because we already have data platform, a smart city data platform in place. So what we need to do is to connect tracking system with that platform. So that is one example. So let me end my presentation with Busan pilot smart city case, and then critical success factors. So the Busan EDC National Pilot Smart City was designed as augmented city. So it will be the world first augmented city. So the city is being designed as robot-friendly city to augment citizens physically, and also AR, VR, or digital twin will be used to augment citizens cognitively. And in order to realize our vision, we put platforms approach as our top priority. So integrate many different platforms together. So that will enable city government and service providers and even any individual to access urban resources to provide their services. This is a platform of platforms. So this is my conclusion. So we have a vision, but the more difficult thing is not in vision; it's actually in our implementation. So from our experience, so the key is to there are many factors we need to secure to make success. So one is to take innovative driven approach. The other is to make a strong leadership. The third one is develop innovative business model. And finally, but the most importantly is to make solutions to control cost and risk. So such leadership and the platforms kind of approach, innovative design can be helpful for any cities to make their smart city dream come true. Okay, thank you for your listening, and so give my congratulations again to global conference on Green Smart City in Busan. Thank you.
네, 감사합니다. 여러분 황종성.
Thank you very much. Please give him a big round of applause again. So the global conferences, the first keynote speech was under the title of the rules to the Green Smart City. It was a very useful keynote speech, and once again, I'd like to thank you for your wonderful presentation. We also have the online participants who give the messages in the chatting room on YouTube. So let me conclude the first session of the opening ceremony and the keynote session. After arranging the stage, we will start the first session from 3:40. Thank you again, and then we will see you again soon in the first session.
May I have your attention, please? During the break time, to commemorate this event, I'd like to invite you all to take the family photo together. I hope that all the participants step forward on the stage. And after that, we're gonna break until the 3:40. So then after taking the family photo, just after that, you can have your own free time. Thank you. And would you please step forward, all the participants? Please step forward to take the photo. Thank you for your cooperation. And the first row below the stage, sorry for that, and the second row on the stage. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Oh, wow, what a wonderful. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, why don't you take off your mask? Okay, I'll give the sign, and I know that today is very heavy rain. You might be tired, but I hope you to give you a bright smile for all of us. Are you ready? Okay, I'll count down 3. 3, 2, 1. Smile. Great. Yes. Okay, thank you. And how about the sign like that? Okay, thumbs up. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Great. So last, please give your warm hug for all of us with a small heart. Okay, are you ready? 3, 2, 1, smile. Thank you very much. Please take your break time. Enjoy your coffee break by 3:40. Thank you.
Welcome back. Now we will begin the session 1. The theme for the session 1 is Bring the Future with Busan, the future from the vision of global green smart city. So in the session, we will share the specific outcomes of the Green Smart City Vision Plan gathered by the ODA partner countries and Busan for the Busan Green Smart City, and we will share the outcome of the project and the future vision. And the Busan City and the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation have implemented this consulting for Busan Green Smart City development for the first time this year. And before we begin, let me introduce about the project. It is themed based on the Green Smart City, and it consists of the online training and the expert consulting and also the training for the partner countries in a customized manner. Tanzania and Nicaragua and Indonesia, the 3 countries have participated, and the Busan Film Commission and the KMI and the Busan University of Foreign Studies have also participated as the consultant from Busan City. They carried out a joint study and identified the needs for the project catered to each country. For Tanzania, filming, and Nicaragua, the green marine and ocean, and Indonesia for the green mobility, and they had the virtual consulting sessions. And today, to share the outcome of the Green Smart City ODA project today, we have the experts from these 3 different continents, and they are here with us in this conference venue in Busan. So from now on, we will hear the presentations from Tanzania, Nicaragua, and Indonesia, and also Busan for their Green Smart City vision plans. And now we have many people joining us from online, and I hope you will stay with us till the end of the program. And first, we will invite Team Leader Yang Kyung-sim of the ODA and Training Department of the BFIC, who will present on the progress report on Busan Global Consulting Project for Green Smart City. The BFIC is in charge of the ODA projects, and they are identifying the ODA project, leveraging the urban resources and capabilities of Busan. And for the first time in Korea, they have planned and operated the Green Smart City ODA project. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Kyung-sim Jian from the BFIC. I'm great honor to have this chance to brief what we have done with the 3 wonderful experts from the 3 countries. Please let me make a brief on the progress report on the Busan Global Consulting Project for Green Smart City. This project is 2 kind of the cooperative actions to design and present a picture of the green smart city. It is kind of a concept how to achieve the sustainable development goals at the city levels. So far, the SDGs are too high story, but I believe that city can make a very practical role to achieve the SDGs with their specialized sectors. So that's why we try to make that the cooperative works together with our co-partners. So basically, SDGs emphasize the sustainable development goals with a very long-term and holistic view and emphasize the very practical approaches. And Korean government also emphasize that the strategic relations with the good partners based on the partnerships to carry out the mutual understanding on the future of sustainable development. So that is why city level, the Busan Metropolitan City hopes to achieve the sustainable development goal as the role of the city government in global society. So that's why we think the green smart city is kind of an ideal concept for the cities and citizens to achieve the sustainable development goals. So we think that how to achieve the green smart city in line with the sustainable development. We believe that a smart city is not just that the advancement of technology in the city, but instead we believe that we try to make the good quality of lives of the citizens. So with the good intellectual resources and the cities, based on the partnerships, knowledge sharing, and the cooperation between stakeholders to carry out the value, good qualities, and resilience of the citizens' lives. Under this concept, we think that what Busan can do. So Busan pursues the good quality of lives with the advanced technologies, cooperation between the different stakeholders, and thinking of the environment. And also, we are thinking of the cultural aspect. All things are the good for the harmonious development for the citizens. So we selected the top priorities because we cannot cover all things. So according to the SDGs, we believe that cities at SDGs 11, we can make a significant role to make a commitment to achieving the sustainable development. So Busan has her specialized actors from the fisheries and environmental approaches, including the green mobility, and also Busan has a good understanding of a cultural value, and Busan also the City of a Higher Education Institute. So we believe that these resources can be a good capitals for all of us to carry out that the imagine or the ideal vision of green smart city. So under this concept, we could meet very tremendous and brilliant partners from the 3 countries. In terms of the fisheries, we have Nicaragua. In terms of the media, we could work with Tanzania. And for the green mobility, Indonesian team fantastically joined with us. So with these 3 teams, and also we invite the 3 groups in Busan. So we make the collaboration between all the 3 groups in the 3 sectors. From June, we invite the participants. On July, from July, we could start the discussions and how to conduct our project to draw the picture of the smart city and how to make a proposal, a project to materialize the vision of a green smart city based on our understanding. So throughout that the on and offline activities, we carry out the result. So this is the steps. From the needs analysis, we have a series of the online consultations. Over the geographic and time differences, we work together. 3 teams and fantastic working on the consulting activities. So after that they could carry out the vision plans, 3 vision plans for materializing the vision of the smart city. These vision plans contain the very practical ideas to be conducted. So after this vision planning through the online sessions, we could have these fantastic experts to come Korea and Busan. So we go through the on-site activities. And today, now we are just ready for presenting the outputs from the on and offline activities. So I'm very afraid I could put all the valuable outputs from these consulting groups in this only simple table. But let me briefly introduce. The 3 groups from the Surabaya, Indonesia, present ideas about the green mobility. And the Nicaraguan team, in Pesca, presented the ideas to use the eco-friendly floating cage for a small household. So they talking about the eco-friendly aquaculture in the Chinandega. And lastly, we have Tanzanian experts for the cultural aspect, especially in the film media. They are talking about how to transform the Tanzania for the global level achievement with the competent filmmakers. These are the very simple briefing of this all outputs from the 3 groups of 3 countries. But I believe that you can have the more detailed, more brilliant ideas about the green smart city. It's not only about technologies, it is about the context of sustainable development in each country. I hope you to welcome them all with a warm heart and open mind. Thank you for your listening to this briefing. Thank you so much.
네, 영경
Thank you very much, Team Lina Yang Shin. Please give another big round of applause. Thank you very much. She talked about the purpose of the project and the concept of the Green Smart City and how each countries and their cities can work toward the SDGs. And she also talked about how they work to develop the plans and the visions. And from now on, we will hear from the three countries on their Green Smart City vision plan from each country's representatives. First presentation is from Indonesia, and Indonesia has worked on green mobility with the Busan University of Foreign Studies. And on behalf of the team members, Professor Andi Haim Zaidan from the Airlangga University will give a presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank Busan City and also Busan Foundations for International Cooperation for this wonderful opportunity. I believe that this project can accelerate the implementations of Green Smart City in Surabaya and also strengthen the relationship between Busan and Surabaya as sister city. Also, thank you to the Busan University of Foreign Study for good cooperations to prepare this project together for the past few weeks. Special thanks to Bapak Randy, terima kasih for coming today. Before I start these presentations, allow me to convey the warmest regard from our mayor in Surabaya, Bapak Eri Cahyadi. One day before our departure to Korea, we have opportunity to meet and discuss with our mayor regarding how to solve many issues in Surabaya and also how to implement Green Smart City concept in Surabaya. From this meeting, we got many input and also commitment from Surabaya government that Surabaya government will support this and future project, how to accelerate implementations of green mobility and also green smart city in Surabaya. This is the outline of my presentations today. In the part one, I'll give brief introductions about Surabaya and also the issues we want to address. The part two is our vision plan, how to accelerate the implementations of green smart city, including green mobility in Surabaya. Part three, I'll brief you the project we propose to solve this problem. And I will conclude this presentation with several points. Let me begin with Indonesia. Indonesia is the fourth most populated country in the world. Based on the World Bank in 2021, 276 million people are living in Indonesia. And 57%, also based on data from World Bank, living in the urban area. It means that we also have many issues regarding the urbanizations. And forecast in 2030, it will increase to the 70%. It means that 209 million people will live in the urban area. In terms of the economic performance, Indonesia has a growth rate about close to 5%. And as you can see here, that 55 million of people in Indonesia is the middle class people. If we look closer in the city in Indonesia, we know that several cities has growth rate less than 5%. Many has growth rate 5 to 7%, and also many has more than 7% growth rate in terms of GDP. If we look in the Surabaya, in terms of the GDP per capita, Surabaya is the second best after Jakarta, and then with the same data in 2015, we know that the average growth rate between 2011 to the 2015, Surabaya beat Jakarta with the 7% growth rate. It means that Surabaya is a good city with the good economic development, economic growth that provide its citizens with the socio and economic opportunity. This opportunity came from for diverse economy, from diverse industry. For example, wholesale and retail trade, it's 28%, construction 10%, manufacturing industry 19%, so on and so forth. We believe that this diverse economy and growth rate will give socio and economic benefit to the 2.8 million people in Surabaya. Also, from 2010, Surabaya commit to build the city in the environmental kind of way. We achieved one of the award as ASEAN Environmentally Sustainable City Award in 2010, and since 2006 we built many infrastructure to provide the green environment for our citizens in Surabaya. Okay, let's move on to the issues we want to address for this project. In 2021, INRIC, one of the private company, it's analysis company that focus on traffic data, named Surabaya as the city in Indonesia with the most traffic congestion in the global traffic scorecard. This first time Surabaya beat Jakarta in terms of the traffic congestion. I'll show you a little video how traffic in Surabaya. So this is traffic in Surabaya in one of the main road in Surabaya in the Monday morning. As you can see, we have a lot of motorcycle, we have a lot of private vehicle, and you can see that the traffic is very heavy, and we can find this kind of traffic in many roads in Surabaya. I believe you agree with me that this is bad. It will contribute to, it will decrease the quality of life of our residents and also increase the air pollutions in Surabaya. So I think we need urgent solutions. We need to solve this immediately. In terms of the air pollutions, in this data you can see in the ASEAN, Surabaya is in the 11th as a most polluted city in ASEAN based on PM 2.0 level. As you can see in this next data, compared to several cities in Indonesia, Surabaya is number 2 after Jakarta. So it's very bad, the air quality in Surabaya. And the worst part is the air quality, it's not increase, but a decrease. We have increase of the air pollutions. As you can see in 2020 to 2021, it increased slightly. I'll give you the data. It increased from 33.4 to the 34.8. If we compare with the guidelines from WHO, it's approximately 6 to 7 times allowed pollutions in terms of the PM 2.5. This is also our main concern about how this issue can be solved immediately. So this project we propose is mainly to solve 2 kind of problem. The first one is the traffic congestion, also how we can reduce the air pollutions in Surabaya. Let me show you data for South Korea in terms of the air quality or air pollutions. You can see here data from many megapolitan city in Korea. We have Seoul, Busan, Incheon, so on and so forth. As you can see here, in the last 3-4 years, Busan decreased the air pollution significantly. you can see that for the past 2 years or 3 years, Busan can decrease almost 100% the air pollutions in the city. So the challenge in Surabaya, if you want to solve the transportations and also air pollutions, the first one is for the public transportations. The private vehicle growth continue to increase year to year, and also the public transportation is not yet the main choice for our citizen. The second one, in the national level, renewable energy costs in Indonesia is still high compared to the coal-based energy. And the air quality, I think it's quite tricky, because if we want to solve this one, we need to tailor the solutions that it can be maintaining economic growth also. This is our vision plan toward a green smart city in Surabaya. So we try to learn from several cities in Indonesia that adopt and implement smart city concept. One of the city is Jakarta. Jakarta adopt collaborations as a main backbone in implemented green smart city. As you can see here, Jakarta collaborate with many stakeholders like academic, tech company, community, media, other city, national startup, and they working together to solve many issues regarding how to accelerate and implement green smart city in Indonesia. Okay, so this is
in Indonesia. As the biggest contributor to GDP in Indonesia, it has the number of people who have activities up to 30 million within its territory. This creates a new problem in the sector of transportation. At present, the average growth of motorized vehicle is higher than the growth of road length. And since 2002, the level of use of public transportation in Jakarta has dropped significantly. For this reason, Jakarta has improved its general transportation services by presenting the first BRT in Asia, Transjakarta. At present, Transjakarta is the bus rapid transit with the broadest reach in the world, which is 230 kilometers long and has significantly increased its users up to 800,000 passengers per day in August 2019. This achievement can be manifested by improving the management systems, routes, and also improving the quality of buses serving Jakarta residents and commuters. In addition, since late 2017, the DKI Jakarta provincial government has presented a public transportation integration program, namely Jaklingko. The program integrates routes and services, management integration, and payment method integration. So that now the BRT Jakarta service has been integrated with microbus, which serves up to the front of the residences of people in DKI Jakarta. DKI Jakarta provincial government also presents other modes of mass public transportation, namely the Jakarta MRT and LRT. It is hoped that with the improvement of public transportation and its supporting facilities for pedestrians, Jakarta can manage to increase the use of public transportation to reach 60% by 2030.
Okay, as you can see here, Jakarta successfully built and develop very effective public transportations. Actually, we want to adopt part of the concept, but it can be directly implemented in Surabaya because we have different kind of structure, we have different kind of culture, we have different kind of characteristic, so on and so forth. So the first one we want to adopt is the collaborator way, how we can build and implement green smart city in Surabaya. We also want to collaborate with the other city, for example, Busan, with the media, tech companies, local business, government, academic, national level, community, to think together how to accelerate the implementations of green smart city. And we focus on, to achieve the sustainable and green mobility, we focus on the 3 policy goals. The first one is universal access that connect all people, including women and communities, to economic and social opportunity. The second one is the efficiency goal to optimize the predictability, reliability, and the cost effectiveness of mobility. And the last one is a green mobility goal that minimize the environmental footprint of mobility, like greenhouse gas emissions, noise pollutions, and also air pollutions. Okay, I'll brief you about the project we propose. So, in the spirit of collaborations and cooperations, our project based on green smart city-based global development cooperations, we propose two kind of project, two kind of collaborations. The first one is a U2U project, collaborations between Universitas Airlangga and Busan University of Foreign Study to develop technology and innovations that support and accelerate implementations of green mobility and green smart city in Surabaya. The second one, we propose a city-to-city cooperations. We want to invite also various stakeholders, including city government, other city like Busan as sister city, university, media, public-private partner, so on and so forth, to develop Surabaya as a sustainable and green smart city through internal training and green smart city development, also using capacity building in Surabaya, Indonesia. If we map the policy goal, universal access, efficiency, and green, it's related to many SDGs. For example, for universal access, it's related to SDGs 5, 9, and 11, efficiency 7, 9, 12, and 17, and green mobility 3, 7, 9, 11, and 13. For U2U project operations, this is the summary of the project. The objective is to reduce the use of private car and also congestion in Surabaya, reduce emissions and air pollutions, and also giving Surabaya residents seamless travel experience. The outputs is research results of 3 or 4 vehicle or more appropriate in Surabaya in the form of electric vehicle technology. We hope we can support the implementations and accelerate the implementations with kind of technology. And also we want to a piloting project on the outskirts of Surabaya city. The budget is approximately 1.5 million USD from International Joint Research Fund. We have two kind of public transport in Surabaya. The first one is the main public transport, is the big one, like bus, MRT, monorail. And the second one is the micro mobility that connect from the transportation hub, like bus stations, to the point of interest, like offices, houses, hospitals, schools, so on and so forth. For the main backbone of the public transportations, Surabaya commit to make shift from the motorized vehicle, for example, from the motorized bus to the electric bus. This is the example we developed in East Java. It's collaborate between several universities in East Java and also one industry. So we built electric bus. This electric bus has a local content about 60 to 70%. It will be official electric vehicle in the G20 event in Bali, Indonesia. And it will be sent to Surabaya as public transportation vehicle next year. So this is what we want to do in the project from 2023 to the 2025 to develop a micro mobility electric vehicle that can give solutions, perfect fit solutions for the Surabaya issues. 2023, it's policy platform and basis study, 24, key component and drive system integrations, and 2025, production and test. Also, we want to develop the electric vehicle ecosystem that provide support for the operational of the electric vehicle, like a charging point, and also we want to develop the support from the renewable energy. For the national training for Green Smart City, city-to-city collaborations, this is the objective, reduce the private car and also emissions, also improve the quality of life, also social economic performance. The output will be the master plan design, how to implement Green Smart City concept in Surabaya, and also project concept paper. The budget approximately 0.6 million US dollar. We know that for green smart city, there is a lot of thing we need to build, but we focus on the smart mobility, like provide electric vehicle charging infrastructure, develop our smart vehicle, so on and so forth. So for the activity, international training and capacity building, we focus on how to transfer the best practices from Busan and other cities around the globe, and also how to implement and adopt technology as backbone of green smart city implementations, and also potential collaboration to accelerate the smart city development. I'll conclude this presentation with three very important points. The first one is we believe that electric vehicle is the perfect solutions for green mobility and to solve our issue in Surabaya. The second one is we need to strengthen our adoptions to the technology, explore the new technology sectors such as Internet of Things, Big Data, Artificial Intelligence, electric vehicle, and also renewable energy. And the last one is collaborations. It's very important to accelerate implementations of smart city development and also fill the government technological gap. I think that's all for me. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you for your presentation. It was the Andi Jairan from the Indonesia. Especially his video and the presentation slides was about the Surabaya, which is a sister city of Busan. For the Green Smart City, they have a vision to help the youth and the life of the citizens. Thank you again for your wonderful presentation. In the future, we also hope the collaboration between the Busan and the Indonesia. And the second presentation will be made by the expert from the Nicaragua. And its topic is fisheries, and they had a collaboration with the KMI. On behalf of the team, Mr. Augusto Ortiz Oswaldo Portobanco from the Nicaragua Institute of the Fisheries and Aquaculture will make a presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for this amazing opportunity that we have received. First of all, I would like to start by saying that the project that we have conducted or that we started today in this past few weeks and month is in regards to the aquaculture part. So first of all, I would like to say that the aquaculture production of Nicaragua has significantly increased since the Government of Reconciliation and National Unity of Nicaragua started. In 2006, the aquaculture production reached 10.8 million kilograms. And in 2021, we managed to increase it to 30.9 million kilograms. So that represents a nominal growth of 186%. The aquaculture sector has two different subsectors, and we're talking about shrimp farming and pisciculture. Now, due to time restriction, I am not able to explain how these two differentiate. However, I can briefly tell you that shrimp farming production represents 99.96% of the entire aquaculture production, and pisciculture represents 0.04% of the entire aquaculture production. As you can see in the slide, the aquaculture production in Nicaragua has maintained a non-fluctuational behavior, with an average from 2017 to 2020 of 28.7 million kilograms, and that represents 36% of Nicaraguan fisheries in aquaculture. Now, the objective of this project that we started is to contribute to the socioeconomic development of 750 pisciculture families. Now, we want to do is to help these families that dedicate to this, to strengthen their capabilities, technical knowledge, so that they can be empowered and be self-sustainable. Now, even though it's only 0.04% of the aquaculture production, these pisciculture families, they remain in the coastal communities of Nicaragua. So it's very important for us to be able to help them, not only in matters of food safety, but also in matters to help them increase their income. In our economic study that we conducted, we were able to determine that more than 90% of the production from their floating cages is self-consumed. So what we want to do is to provide them with the capabilities to be able not only to be self-sustainable and self-consume their production, but also to help them sell their surplus production to the local market. Now, the reason that we chose these species, the spotted snapper, as you can see over there on the picture, is because we have a laboratory in Nicaragua, in the Autonomous National University of Nicaragua, and we are already working and researching on these species. And in our laboratories, we were able to grow and cultivate the fish seed, but we are still working so that fish seed goes from the egg to a juvenile. So that is something that we are still working on. However, again, the reason that we chose this species is because it is very important for our coastal communities. Now, there are 3 communities in Chinandega that possess the necessary characteristics for the floating cages to be able to be installed. The floating cages need to be installed in a location, in a part of the water that is protected from sea waves. So there is, in these 3 communities, we're talking about La Bayona, Aserraderos, and Padre Ramos. And they have something called estuaries, so the sea waves are not as strong as it would be on the sea. So that's why it would need to be installed on these 3 communities. Now, the description of this project. Something that we have been studying in Nicaragua is that the regular fisheries resources like sea cucumber and snail, they are already reaching their maximum sustainable yield. So Nicaragua has already implemented public policies for these specific resources, total allowable catch, because we need to protect these species so they are not overexploited. So Nicaragua, the government of Nicaragua has decided that we would need to implement public policies to develop the aquaculture part, specifically in pisciculture. Now, promoting the improvement of the production's eco-friendly technology, raising the productive yields of small and medium producers through the development of capacities, technology transfer, and the improvement of quality of the products for their commercialization. The project target, we are talking about developing sustainable culture of spotted snapper in floating cages in the Department of Chinandega using environmentally friendly technology. The goal of the project is to enhance the fishery food availability and increase the income of people in the fishing communities, and we are aiming that the surplus production of these floating cages would be at least 25% approximately. That would be the preliminary estimation so far. This may change during the continued researching that we are doing. The project vision would be to develop fishing communities into a green smart form, and the project expected result is to develop future-oriented pisciculture technology and diversify the farmed species. The strategies that need to be conducted so that this project can be successfully done are four. Training and self-sustainability may be looked as something very similar. However, we need to treat them separately. The training, not only through IMPESCA's aquaculture department, the training would need to be scheduled for the participants in the use of management of the culture of spotted snapper in the floating cages. And then the self-sustainability, we would need to give courses to the participants involved for the preparation of the fish seed to strengthen the independence and capacities of small and medium producers. A very important branch of the strategies would be the governance. The ministries and institutions of Nicaragua will manage the environment and animal health issues. We're talking about IMPESCA, which is the Nicaraguan Institute of Fisheries and Aquaculture. We're talking about also the Ministry of Familiar Economy, which is MEFCA in Nicaragua, and also other institutions that may help us, like the Ministry of Youth, which is MINJUVE in Nicaragua. That is an institution that helps us a lot in implementing this type of public policies. Management, as it is accustomed in Nicaragua, the Foreign Ministry will manage the donor resources focalized to finance fish farming projects. The results expected: 250 floating cages will be built, meaning that we will cultivate 750,000 fish seed. As it is accustomed right now in the studies that we have conducted, 3,000 fish seeds are to be given to each floating cage. Each floating cage will have 3 family representatives, so that would be a total of 750 family representatives. In this case, we understand that this number may be seen as quite small. However, we are still calculating and estimating more, so we definitely foresee an increasement on the number. But so far, our calculations and our mathematical models have given these results so far. However, we will continue to work more so that we can have a total number, so we could achieve more families and the public policies can be given and implemented more widely. This is our preliminary budget planning. As seen before, and as I said before, we're talking about 3 different communities: La Bayona, Padre Ramos, and Aserraderos. So the $2 million that have been preliminary expected here, estimated, that would be given in this way, that 453,000 to Padre Ramos Chinandega. Again, these are preliminary estimations. And 453,000 to La Bayona and 226,000 to Aserraderos. The reason that is less to Aserraderos is because in Aserraderos community has less, the story is smaller than in the other communities. So that is the reason that we are giving so far less amount of financing to this community. This is a design, preliminary design for the floating cages. This is pretty much how it would look. 582 meters and 582 meters on the top and 582 meters on the bottom. However, we foresee that with the new estimations, we are going to have something that is called premium floating cages. So far, this one, the price for constructing one floating cage is between $2,000 and $2,050, just one floating cage. However, with the new materials that we are thinking about, it would be at least $6,000 for each floating cage. And then we will increase the number of the participants. So so this project can be more successful. Finally, the Government of Reconciliation and National Unity of Nicaragua would like to thank the Republic of Korea's government for this amazing opportunity that has been given to Nicaragua to participate in this consulting program with all the experts. We would like to also extend our gratitude to the Korea Maritime Institute for all the time they dedicated to help us formulate this project profile. Their patience and methodical accuracy on every data detail has been very successful and fruitful for us. And last but not least, the government of Nicaragua officially thanks the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation for coordinating this consulting program with all the institutions involved. Thank you very much. 감사합니다.
큰 박수 부탁드리겠습니다.
Please give him a big round of applause. On behalf of Nicaragua, on the green fisheries, Mr. Oswaldo Cortuado made a presentation. For Nicaragua, it was not just for the economic growth of these fishing households, but also by laying the conditions for the green fishing gears, they also come up with the solution to contribute to the economy, society, and the environment of the local communities. I think it's a great proposal or suggestion that can have a balanced development of the SDG goals. And we will invite the last presenter from Tanzania, who will present on the film and media. And they worked with the Busan Film Commission. On behalf of the team, Mr. Kiaga Kilonzo, the Executive Secretary of Tanzania Film Board, will make a presentation. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much. Special thanks to His Excellent Togolani Mavura, my permanent secretary, Dr. Hassan Abbas, and the Minister of Culture, Art and Sport, His Excellency Mohamed Muchengera, for having a trust on myself, David, and Dr. Asha Salim to represent the country in this particular project. Special thanks again to the government of South Korea for seeing Tanzania as among the countries that can participate in this green city, smart green city project. The vision of green smart city in Tanzania is based on film industry. The National 5-Year Development Plan of Tanzania 2016 to 2021 pointed out an entertainment industry, film included, as one of the rapidly growing tertiary economic activities in Tanzania, and this attracts massive youth labor force in particular. Of course, this industry touches other areas such as hospitality, tourism, transportation, education, health, and the like. The table below shows how the industry has been growing. From the year 2013, the TV stations that aired film was 23. Last year, they increased up to 50. Why TV stations? Because at the moment is the major platform that these films are distributed. Let's see the number of productions. 2012, according to the Tanzania Film Board data, we had about 206 films produced in Tanzania. Now we are talking about more than 1,573 per year productions. It is believed that Tanzania is the second country in Africa for the high quantity of film productions after Nigeria. Although the distribution majorly is done on TV stations, we do have cinema halls as well, though there are not many. You can see the chart. We have cinema halls in about 8 major cities in the country. We have 4 in Dar es Salaam, that's the major commercial city. In Dar es Salaam, we have about 10 in different places. Century Cinemax in Dar es Salaam, Free Market, the same company at Aura Mall and Mlimani City. Other regions are Mwanza, Dodoma, Arusha, and Tanga. Nevertheless, we do have an official local exhibition centers. We call these Vibanda Umiza. We are yet to identify the numbers, how many there are, but we know there are too many. However, the government is now in the process of identifying them, and soon we'll come up with the right figure. Now, let's see our vision and mission for the Tanzania Film Board. The vision is to position Tanzania as a center of excellence in the global film and television landscape. We have a mission to get there, which is to market Tanzania as a prominent film destination for sustainable wealth and job creation. Objectives to get to the mission and vision. There are about 6. The first one is to promote development of a vibrant local film industry and stage plays. The second one is to provide guidance on the policy reforms. But we do also we intend to increase international film productions and promote proper presentation on film materials to enhance investment programs, to improve the board's institutional capacity. Here I'm talking about capacity building, and to ensure customer satisfaction. On the very left side, you'll see a diagram that shows how we start from the objectives going all the way up to the mission. So this chart definitely demonstrates how the given mission, being the mainstream, changing out to the objectives. By executing the objectives, then the mission is reached. Let's see the matrix. The matrix which provides a time frame to get us to the domestic market for Tanzanian films. So when we look at the mission and vision and the objectives of the Tanzania Film Board, you should realize that they are set to meet major film industry demands, which at the moment can be termed as a sustainable market for the locally produced films. The first thing what we are looking at in this particular project, specifically we focus to create a sustainable and stable domestic market for Tanzania films. And we borrowed an example from Korea. In order to get to the global market, you should firstly invest on the domestic market. We're gonna have to start with capacity building. on the left. Then we should do the policy reforms, and that will go together with practical trainings, researchers, international conferences like this one, and exchange programs. That will definitely take us to the quality of films, and will eventually get to our domestic market for Tanzania films that will be improved. Why am I showing that? In order to properly utilize our domestic market, as I said, we cannot avoid improving the quality of our films. And that much I'm talking about capacity building. So this program, capacity building, will capacitate our local filmmakers with skills and film business, and it should be a serious case in this particular project. And finance should be the case, because we all know that film is an expensive business. I have examples, a few examples for that. Looking at Nigeria, in 2013, President Goodluck Jonathan invested at least $7 million USD in the film industry to do revolution. At the moment, the film industry in Nigeria contributes up to 2.4% to the DGP. Another example is Tanzania. The few films that were financed brought awards to the country. A film called Arusi ya Mariam, that's Mariam's Wedding. The other one, which were just recently launched, Vuta Nkuvute or Tug of War. Both of these films brought home international awards. So having more competent filmmakers in the country will make the industry more vibrant and attract bigger projects, such as establishing a national film academy. That is not the case at the moment, but is where we're going. We should capacitate our filmmakers so that when we think about having a film academy, or at least we have people who can perform to do to be instructors in the academy. I have another matrix here that shows us a trend to get to the green smart city. I'm looking at having 10 experts on script writing, 10 experts on directing, 10 experts on cinematography, editing, and distribution. We can capacitate these people to make sure that we have a national team of filmmakers in the country, and finance them to produce competent films that can compete in the world. So having these 50 experts will proceed to a film academy and eventually get to a green smart city. Now, because of time, let me rush a little bit to the end. I already explained that. We're going to have script writers, train them, that they will develop a script during their training. That script will be taken to another group of directors and cinematographers. They will use that script to direct and film, and take it to the group of editors who will use the same script to produce a short film. That is the first year. The second year will do the same, but we'll end up with a feature film in the third year. We have objectives, 4 objectives. The first one is to establish a blueprint of the foundation of Tanzania Film Academy, an educational institution to cultivate filmmakers and film business professionals. Output is to have most experts on film production and film business, and that will bring about a stable domestic market. The second objective is to cultivate competent filmmakers to produce good quality of feature films. What will that do? Will revolutionize the quality and standard of film productions, and what will bring about is a vibrant film industry in the country. The third objective is to produce professionals in film business to promote Tanzania film industry, and that will again revolutionize film business in the country, and that will bring about existence of big investors in the Tanzania film industry. And the last objective is to train public officials. Public officials are not left behind. They should be trained on how to do policy reforms. And what we that bring about is to have the policy that supports the idea. We do this project in 3 years. The first year, which is now, I would say this like half a year, is to set up the vision plan and raising funds and establishing midterm and long-term plans. The second year, the whole of next year, will again be raising fund and do the policy reform and start implementing the capacity building. 2024 will be the same, and 2025 will be the same with the serious monitoring and evaluation strategy. Our budget goes up to 1.7 million USD and is broken into 3 parts. The major part is the training right here, which takes up to 1.5 USD. That is the structure. What we think, we should have a chairman of this project, and then we should have the project manager who will work together with 2 advisors. We should have the project accountant and 2 assistant managers, and both of these assistant managers will have secretariats below them. The monitoring and evaluation will be done on quarterly basis and annual basis. So there will be quarterly and annual audits of all the project financial activities done during execution of the project. And evaluation of each of the project activity will also be done quarterly and annual to see if the goals which are set are met, and present the reports to the chairman. That's the very last slide. The expected challenges. We expect to have a financial issue challenge, but we propose means to tackle these challenges. The first is to utilize the existing resources. The second one is to seek funds for international and development cooperation. And the third one is to start a small-scale pilot project in cooperation between Tanzania and Busan. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
네, 다시 한번
Please give him a big round of applause again. On behalf of the Tanzania team, Mr. Kiagio Kilonzo gave the presentation. So listening to his presentation, I believe that as you know may well about the Busan, I think a film is the very representative soft power which can pull the social growth and also can bridge the city to city. So the growth of the film industry in Tanzania, on top of the scenic beauty of the Tanzania, will contribute to the sustainable development of Tanzania, I hope. So now we had all the vision plans from the 3 countries participating in the Busan Green Smart City ODA project. So under the common vision of the Green Smart City, each country gave the very practical and the specific plans fitting to their situation. It was very interesting. So I'd like to thank all the consultants who worked together for these plans. Please give them a big round of applause. So thanking all of you here, we will conclude the first session. Then now it's 4:45. We will have a 10-minute break and then resume the second session in 10 minutes. I will see you again in 10 minutes. Film Commission. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Okay, they are all seated. Then I will hand over the microphone to the moderator, Lee Yong-son, the professor.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and online participants. Good afternoon. My name is Lee Yong-son. As I was introduced, I had worked for the University of Seoul for about 25 years, and I retired last year. And I have been working for the Center for International Development, Korea Development Institute. And CID has been working for the ODA project, particularly the knowledge sharing program. It's called KSP projects. So based upon the Korean experiences, we have been consulting partnership countries such as Indonesia, Nicaragua, and many countries. While I was in the university, I had worked for the principal investigator of the many transport-related projects. So I had visited Indonesia, where many African countries and Asian countries and so on. It's mostly about the transport-related policy consultations and also some feasibility studies, such as in Vietnam, a new railway construction between Hanoi and Ho Chi Minh is about 1,500 kilometers. We are trying to build a high-speed railway, but however, because the cost of the construction is too expensive, so the project is not proceeded anymore. Anyway, in case of ODA project, in case of the policy consultation project, well, we can suggest partners countries, it's better for you to apply these kind of suggestions based upon the Korean lessons or experiences. However, in case of the large infrastructure project or another some transport infrastructure, water supply infrastructure, waste management infrastructure, it's almost the same. The most important thing is how to mobilize the funding sources. You know, the partnership countries usually ask, okay, the most of the funds comes from the Korean government. However, you know, our economy is not large like the US or the United Kingdom or West Germany. So as far as I remember, the total amount of the budget for the this year might be $4 billion. I'm not sure. However, some proportion goes to the multilateral development bank, such as World Bank, Asian Development Bank, or the African Development Bank, and East American Development Bank, and so on. And then the remaining proportion goes for the bilateral ODA project. Yeah, one of the some large portion goes to the KOICA, Korea International Cooperation Agency, and then KOICA is doing some mostly spends some grants and then some feasibility studies, yeah, such as new railway feasibility studies, or new highway or something like that. And another large portion goes to the economy of Ministry of Economy and Finance, and then under the MOEF, Ministry of Economy and Finance, KDI or Korea Action and Korea Export and Import Bank, or Korea Trading Corporation, and Korea Overseas Infrastructure and Urban Development Corporation, those kind of execution agencies to manage those kind of KSP project. And then also each ministry, such as the Minister of Land, Infrastructure and Transport, they have their own ODA funds. And then, however, unfortunately, Busan City and Seoul City, they do not have the ODA funds at the moment. So Busan City is trying to get some ODA funds for some partnership countries and so on. But so I think when I had worked for the many ODA projects, my impression and my regret is, of course, I can suggest some recommendations to the recipient countries. So it's wholly up to the recipient countries whether or not they adapt the policies and so on. So the most important thing is the willingness or passion of the recipient country is very important. Even though I'm trying to understand the current situation in partner countries, but without the help from the local consultancies, we employed two or three local consultancies in most cases. So the data submission by the local consultancies is very important for us to understand the current situation in those countries. However, it's really difficult to get those accurate or some enough data as we need to analyze the current situation in those countries. Anyway, after I retired the university, I had worked for the KDI and CID, and I have been managing several projects. Two projects are for the Indonesia, as a guy from Indonesia explained to you. They are building the new capital city, Nusantara. Yeah, it's the IKN, and then we are trying to have the Minister of National Planning Department. It's called the Bapenas in Indonesian language. And then I'm in charge of two projects. One is the Sustainable Agriculture and Food Plan in the Ikayan, and the other one is the neighboring cities of the Ikayan is the Samarinda and Balikpapan. So I'm trying to revise the master plan of the water and waste management master plan in Samarinda and Balikpapan. So in April, I visited Jakarta and had the in-depth study meeting with the Balikpapan government officials. And at the end of this year, I visit for the final reporting workshop and so on. The other one is even though I'm a transport economist, transport expert, I am doing the other areas. So the other project is how to develop the smart grid system in Czech Republic. The Indonesian gentleman explained to you about the vehicle-to-grid system, V2X, V2G, and then it is the electric vehicle can charge the electricity in the midnight, and then they can discharge the electricity in the daytime. So the capacity of the generating capacity of the electric power cannot be need to be expanded because the supply can be managed, and then demand and supply can be managed, and so on. So the reason why I'm telling you this, Dr. Jian Kyung-sim, asked me to work as a moderator of this session. However, in the end, she actually asked me to give some comments. But I'm not an expert on the movie industry and fish culture industry and so on. So I know well about the transport problems. So I'm worried because I might make a mistake, but please allow me, yeah? But recently I'm managing some projects, so I can give some broad comment on the other fish culture and movie industries and so on. First of all, even though, the other project I will be in charge soon is the developing Accra, is the capital of the Ghana, developing Accra into a smart city. Yeah, it's quite related to the smart city. Yeah, so during the last 4 weeks, I had a Zoom meeting with the Ghana government officials. However, there is always a difficulty because I cannot understand the current situation in Accra because they want to build develop the beachfront in Accra. It's about 3 kilometers. So they want to develop the new high-rise commercial buildings and government buildings and then some tourist hotels and so on. So it's called the Marine Drive Project. And then particularly in the Marine Drive Project area, they want to introduce the smart city. However, the problem I had while I had a meeting with them is what the smart city is. You know, the President Hwang Jong-sung of the NIA presented us at the keynote speech. He shows the bright future. Yeah, it's too bright, I think. As he explained it, there are also some criticisms. It takes a lot of time. Some technology is not developed at all. If I explain to you about the V2G vehicle-to-grid system, there is a lot of things to be tackled. So many obstacles. Also, you know, there is a smart car. Next year, from this year, I will work with the Hungarian government. It's about the connected ITS, Intelligent Transport System, the autocar system. However, also there are a lot of technology difference between European system and American system. So still, Korea, we are hesitant which system we follow. Some experts say, some IT experts say, we have to follow the American system. However, the others say, oh, we can follow the European system. Still, we are not sure what the smart city will be. So anyway, he shows the bright future, but it takes a lot of time, a lot of money, particularly for the developing countries. There are really practical problems. Three teams explained to us the practical problems. The serious traffic congestion in Jakarta and Surabaya. Yeah. You know, the BRT system, last time when I visited Jakarta in April, it was about 10 years ago. And then I was a bit surprised. There is a high capacity BRT. You know, the Korean BRT is the low capacity BRT. It's the bi-articulated buses in Jakarta. And then in Colombia, Bogota is the bi-articulated buses. So it's like the urban metro. They can prepay, and then without checking the ticket, like the urban metro, they can get on the buses directly. So on the other hand, in Bogota, it's about 8 million people live there, because I have consulted the Bogota government about how to build the urban metro. Even though they have the 8 million people, there is no metro. So even though it's the high capacity BRT system, there is a serious congestion in the urban areas. So they want to build a new metro. However, it takes a lot of money. From the early 1980s, there is a serious dispute when we build the urban metros. But they decided high capacity BRT is enough because the urban metro is too expensive. But now they regret why we did not build the urban metro. Anyway, every situation in urban cities had different situations. So when I worked with the Korean consultants or experts, I insist on my partners or experts, you have to understand the situation in the partners country. That's the most important thing. Korean system is not the best. It's the best for Korea. However, there is another American or European system that might be the best. But the Korean experts usually say our system is the best. Of course, the Korean Seoul City bus system and metro system or suburban railway system might be one of the best. Particularly, I worked hard to introduce the integrated public transport fare system. So President Myung-Bak Lee introduced the integrated fare system in 2004, July. And then apart from the kind of public transport system, I'm not sure the Korean public transport system is the best. So anyway, I impressed the Jakarta BRT system. And then the fare is also integrated between urban metro and BRT and microbuses and so on. So when I heard about the Surabaya public transport system, the goals and objectives and policies and strategies were organized, yeah. And then they suggested some public transport system should be upgraded like the Jakarta, and then some integrated fare system might be introduced and so on. And then so electric bus can be introduced as well. It's quite good. However, the problem is, as I told you, I had an experience when we introduced the integrated public transport system in 2004 in Seoul. There are a lot of strong opposition from the publics and experts and so on. We are actually worried about the subsidy level might be increased a lot, because before the integrated fare system is introduced, everyone has to pay when they transfer between buses and urban metros and suburban railways. But it's totally integrated. The transfer is almost free. It means the city government has to pay the subsidy. We expected, one of my colleagues expected, the kind of bus subsidy might be about 100,000 US dollars per year. However, in the end, the subsidy level per year is about 300,000 US dollars. Last year, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, because the bus demand is decreased, the subsidy level has been doubled. It's almost 600,000 US dollars. It's the same for the urban metro. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, it's about 500,000 or 600,000 US dollars, but now it's about 100. It's almost more than 1 billion US dollars per year. So we had a serious headache. So every policy we say is not totally agreed by 100%. There is always oppositions, and then so some criticism and so on. Then we usually have the public hearings or seminars and so on. Then we are trying to persuade the politicians and particularly minor party politicians, and then the citizens, and then experts and so on. So the only comment I want to give to the Subalaya public transport system is, one more thing I forgot. In case of electric buses, it's the same. In Seoul, we changed every diesel buses in the CNG bus. It's the compressed natural gas buses. Then there is not much price difference between the diesel buses and CNG buses. So it can be paid by the private bus operators. But some experts argued that for the disabled people, for the old, or for the younger children, we have to introduce the low-floor CNG buses. The price of the low-floor CNG buses is twice the CNG buses. So it means the central government and Seoul City government has to give the subsidy of the difference between the CNG buses and low-floor CNG buses. However, the subsidy difference, the subsidy is not big enough. So it means the central and local government, Seoul City government, can find the kind of funding sources. However, in case of electric buses, the price of the electric buses is 3.5 times expensive than the CNG buses. It means central and Seoul City government has to pay more subsidies. So actually, the electric buses the number of electric buses has not been increased a lot, because there is a big budget burden to the central and Seoul City government. So we say we have to introduce eco-friendly electric buses. However, we usually think about the kind of how much subsidy will be increased and so on. It's the same for the integrated fare system as well. So every policy has some strengths and weaknesses, but there is a strong objection, particularly focused on the weaknesses of the policy. So in order to introduce that kind of the policies, so as I suggest, you have of course you need some help from the Korean experts, However, your passion and willingness is more important than the advice from the foreign consultants. So you can hold public hearings and seminars and so on. So I think that's all of my comment on the Surabaya public transport system. As far as the fish culture, I'm not used to the terminology. So yeah, fish culture project in Nicaragua, where I think the project itself is so well described and defined. On the other hand, so it means it's easy to implement a project. If the project is completed, there are a lot of benefits will be accrued to the 750 people, families. However, in my opinion, the beneficiaries are too confined to the small numbers. Yeah? So you can think about it. So in most cases, when it say about the ODA project, the scope of the study is for the most of the people in a city or in a nation and so on. On the other hand, this project is only confined to the 750 families. So if I suggest, I might be wrong. Yeah, if I'm wrong, you cannot listen to me. Yeah, well, if you can suggest some policies for that Shinandegan, and then also as a test bed of your policy, you can introduce or implement this kind of facilities for 750 families and so on. So my suggestion is your project is too rather small, and then so it's sure the effects of the project will be so certain and it will be succeeded. However, it's better for you to widen or broaden your scope for the Sinandegan city or area, and then you can implement that kind of policy as a test bed only for the 750 families and so on. My comment on the film and media in Tanzania, I watched movies a lot, but I don't know anything about the movie industry. I've never come to the Busan Film Festival at all, so I don't know much about the film and media industry. So you say you can make, you have the board, Film Academy, which is consisted of 50 experts, scripters and directors and that kind of thing. Yeah, cinematographers, editors, and distributors. Where, as an economist, I wonder, you have to make a clear differentiation between public and private sector. I wonder, when you say this kind of film and media industry, I don't know much. However, most of the kind of things can be done by the private sector. Yeah, I'm not sure. I might be wrong. Yeah, I'm so cautious because I don't know much about it. And then the public sector is to encourage or incentivize the private sector to work hard. Yeah, there is no need for the public sector to work by itself. Yeah, so even though I'm not sure, there is not clear what the role of the public sector and then what the role of the private sector in the movie, in the film and media industry. And also, when I say about the transport infrastructure, we usually say 1 billion or 10 billion US dollars. In case of high-speed railway between Ho Chi Minh and Hanoi is about 30 billion US dollars. Contrast to that kind of huge amount, 1.7 million US dollars is enough, so I'm not sure. So it might be rather small when I think about this kind of capacity building and so on. And then also, when you say the KSP, ODA project, the budget of the KSP project is usually 400 million US dollars. 400,000 US dollars. so it's rather small. Yeah. In case of KOICA project, it's in case of some feasibility studies for the new railway or new expressway. It's about 1.5 or 2 million US dollars. However, in case of KS project, it's the policy consultation project, so it's about $400,000. So I wonder how the KSP project can contribute to the innovating or encouraging the film and media industry in Tanzania. Please allow me if I'm wrong. Yeah, I am so cautious because I am a transfer economist and I have to say some comment on other two areas. Yeah, that's all, and then you can say some things to my question. From Indonesia.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof, for your comment. But I think your expert can join with us to give some solution for the Surabaya city. But I think the Surabaya city is different with the Jakarta, I think. Jakarta, in Surabaya, I think the street is not wide like the Jakarta. So if the transportation mode is just only bus, I think it's impossible to build some conjunction in Surabaya. So on this presentation, I have to give some video about the Trans-Jakarta busway. Yes, because the street is very, very wide, not like Surabaya. So based on our discussion with the mayor of Surabaya, we suggest the model transportation suitable with the Surabaya city combined between MRT, monorail, between this and the bus transportation and micro mobility. But I think based on our purpose, we can try to improve about the micro mobility for to connecting to the station in Surabaya. Why? Because Surabaya is very, very much to the solar engineering. Because I think Surabaya is the hot city in Indonesia, because there are temperature about the 34 until 39. So the solar energy is very, 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 very big in Surabaya. So maybe we can improve to with the with the Busan University for Foreign Studies to improve the technology engineering for the renewable energy too. So finally, we can combine between the MRT or monorail, bus, electrical bus, and so with the micro mobility. Yes, like this, because and invite you to join with us to give some solution for Surabaya city. Thank you very much.
I think the microphone is not working. Okay, now it's working. Hello, good afternoon. My name is Moon-Suk Hong. I'm from Busan University of Foreign Studies. I'm currently leading International Development Cooperation major. I know that the Professor Son's by reputation. This is first time meeting in person, and nice to meet you. And it's an honor to be a part of this very exciting joint venture. And I've been working in international development around 16 years now, and currently working in a Prime Minister's office in an evaluation committee for international aid. It is very important, but also challenging. Work at the local level. I always work at the central level. Of course, it's hard to work at the multi-ministerial level. However, working based in Busan, I moved to Busan about 2 years ago, and working in Busan in international development, try to link between city and city is exciting, but it's very challenging. So I think that this is a very important initiative between Busan and Surabaya, because Surabaya is one of Busan's sister city. So I think that it is very important to talk about massive national level scale of development. But I think that today we talk about very specific city-to-city cooperation between Busan and Surabaya. So I noticed that also that our budget size or our cooperation scale is not as big as maybe between Jakarta and Seoul. However, I think that Busan and Surabaya can kick off something smart, something more specific to kick off something together. I think in this regard, there are a couple of things that we can maybe share together today. First of all, our challenge currently is that the Surabaya and Busan will collaborate together next few years step by step. But I think that there should be more stronger coordination and communication at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Korean government and the Busan city. As well as we need to directly work with the Indonesian Ministry of Foreign Affairs and planning related ministries. And this coordination is hard and slow, and we need a smart strategy how to push forward in that regard. Because the policy coordination in ODA is so important in Korea. If we do not cooperate with the central ministries, we might be seen as fragmentating aid. So I don't think we wanted to give some kind of misconception toward that. So with the cooperation with the embassies and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I think we need to be very smart in terms of policy coordination in this regard. And second of all, cooperation with Indonesia is more important than ever before. The Korea's the country partnership strategy until 2023 clearly states that climate change and environmental policy and as well as the transportation area with the capacity development is one of the most important policy area and priority for Korea as well as for Indonesia. I think that Korea has a wonderful relationship with Indonesia currently. By utilizing this opportunity, I think that we need to push forward to mobilize Korea-ASEAN initiative that our minister recently visited Phnom Penh. And he clearly states that Korea will move forward to work with the Asian countries with a strong emphasis on zero emission related initiative. It was just released last month. I think that this kind of the foreign affairs policy will be adopted in our project goals also. I think that in terms of policies and program strategy, we have a right set. But I think what's missing is that between Surabaya and in Busan, and between Ariranga University and Busan University of Foreign Studies, we need to go work with the young people. Young people is the main player of the sustainable development, not only expert to expert cooperation, but our young people in Busan and young people in Surabaya should be a part of this exciting initiative. So not only ODA expert-driven cooperation is important, but I think that I will make sure that our young people will join somewhat. It is exciting, the cultural and the bilateral cooperation. I think that for sustainable development, it's not us, but our future generation. They will be the key of the change. So let's not forget our young people should be part of this exciting journey. Yeah, that's all of my comments. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you. Because of the time limit, please 2 or 3 minutes allowed for each person. The program organizer asked me to just one person per team, but I asked just 2 minutes for each.
Okay. Well, we thank you very much for the comment that you have provided to the Nicaragua's Pisciculture Project. We definitely understand and completely agree with your recommendation, and actually that is something that we were providing on the presentation, that this is a preliminary estimation. The 750 families, we definitely understand that it should be widened and that it should be brought to more people. in our mathematical models, the estimation was with $2 million. However, we definitely understand that because of the importance of this project, we can definitely increase the amount of the finance, and with that, it will automatically increase the amount of people. Also, we are thinking of increasing the quality materials. Right now, as you saw on the pictures, we were only talking about wood and plastic tubes. However, with polyolefin and high density elements, we believe that that would create a premium floating cage, which will be able to not only be workable for just 1 year, but maybe up to 6 years. So that would be self-sustainable as well, and also the disposal methodology, for the things that are left on the floating cage. We believe that the amount of people and also the budget will be increased. So yes, thank you very much for that recommendation, and that would be the end of my answer.
Thank you, Dr. Hong, please.
그 교통 분야에 대한 아주
Thank you for the valuable insights about the transportation. So the maritime area is not that wide, so the beneficiary is not that wide either. So please understand that. For the Nicaragua, the population is 6.2 million, and the people in the fisheries is around 35,000. Among them, if it's like 750 families, so if I say we have a 3 or 4 person in the 750, then it will be around the 2,000 or 3,000. That's the quite amount of the numbers of the people, the beneficiaries, because usually the ODA projects, like a transportation project, is also for the Busan city. However, the project is beneficial for the less amount of people. So in that terms, I think the characteristic is a little different. So the Busan is the hub of the Korea maritime industry, and the Nicaragua's the maritime policy. Why not? I think it's sufficient, I believe, but we talked about the Chinandega area, only one area, according to your opinion. However, we can expand, we can scale up the project. However, they propose 3 or 4 areas. However, rather than widening the area, we thought that we have to focus on whether that the spotted snapper is right place, have a right place there. So those kind of feasibility and productivity of the floating cage in that area should be done very closely. So we made a focus on that project and the topic. So please refer to that information.
Thank you, Professor Son. Again, thanks to the government of Korea. 3 issues were directed to me, and I'll go very quick because of time. The first one was a role of private sector and a role of private sector and public. Yes, the government has to set down a conducive working environment so that the private sector can operate. Things like policy reforms, those are issues that has to be done by the government. Trainings, institutions, those kind of stuff. An example of a few companies that invested in the film industry in Tanzania are these TV stations, Azam TV and DSTV. Each of these companies invested at least 3 million USD last year. And that they did that after, it's because of the conducive environments for working. We sit with them, meetings with them, talking about the industry in general. They tell us what they want, and we set better environment for them to work. So we have, as the government, we have to set down the conducive working environment so that the private sector can operate. The second issue was a question if 1.7 million USD is going to be enough. I would say for the entire project is not enough, but we should have a starting point. This is going to be like a starting point where if we provide trainings, we capacitate filmmakers, they produce good quality film that will attract big investors to the country. So you should have somewhere to start. In that way, big investment will come thereafter. The last point was on the KSP, that the money that they give, if this at all can contribute to this group. Yes, it can contribute, because we are not, this particular project, we are not working with very small filmmakers. We are working with experts, people who have been in the industry for a while, people who do not need a lot of time to be trained. So the small amount of money that we'll get will capacitate these people, will increase their working skills to be more competent and establish a national team that will operate. Because of time, I should say, I should end up there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kilons, for your detailed explanation. Last but not least, Dr. An Ji-hye.
Yeah, thank you for inviting us here. Busan Asian Film School was established in 2016. We are focusing in educating Asian filmmakers. Our main course is the International Film Business Academy. Yesterday, Tanzanians and other guests visited our school, and they met our 17 fellows from 12 countries, 12 Asian countries. Actually, we are more focusing on Asian education. So actually, Africa is so far from our country, but for this opportunity, I could discover the charm and the attraction of Tanzania. So I really love the bongo flava, the Tanzanian music. It's like K-pop. Actually, before the success of K-pop and K-drama, Korea was so maybe when I travel Europe in 2004, people asked where is Korea or something. They only know World Cup or Korean War, but now everything has changed. So I think Tanzania has lots of potential, and they have a beautiful landscape, and also they have culture. So I think there will be lots of potential and more potential to collaborate with Korea, especially Busan. Okay. That's all.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Every team had worked so hard, and then we can have some clues, and they can proceed more and more. So lastly, I hope this kind of conference between the three team and the Busan Foundation for International Cooperation, they will make a big success in the future as well. I think. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Then we will conclude the final session. So thank you once again, the moderator and the panelists, for your hardworking panel discussion. So using the conference, we could introduce the Busan Green Smart City, the consulting project, and we could talk about the way to achieve the sustainable growth in the global society. I hope today's conference can be a seed for the better future and for the transformation of the cities, and that it becomes the great platform to draw the vision plan for the Green Smart City. We'd like to conclude today's conference, and once again, I'd like to thank you all for being with us today. Thank you very much.